like, okay, I'm willing to lose. A lot of people, they think about I want to win, but they don't think about how much you're willing to lose, right, on the trade. So I think thinking of how much you want to lose is the better way. Um, and that also keeps your emotions in check. So you don't want to size in and then like this goes a tiny bit and then you're down like, oh, you stop out right away. Um, so always have a mindset on like how much you're willing to lose. Like for instance, this was a kind of like inverted cup and handle here, right? This is a 530 break, and say this is top is 550, so that's a 20 cents, right? So if you go 100 shares, that's $20, right? Loss. So, but keep a price in your head, like how much you're willing to lose, and then as you grow and be more confident, you're like, okay, now I'm willing to lose 100, and that's where you can size in your shares bigger and bigger. But yeah, to start, you can risk like $10 or $20 per trade. So say you want to lose, you're okay with taking a $20 trade here. Your stop is you short here, or maybe I'll give you a long example. You go long here, 520, and then stop at maybe a whole dollar, $5. So you stop here at $5. So that's 10 cents here. So you go 100 shares, that's $10. Um, so if you're willing to lose $10 on this trade, then you can look to take some profits here on the 10 cents upside. So that's $10 profit, and then if you're still holding, another 10 cents would be $20 profit. So you get a 2-to-1 ratio on your trade there. But you just take some profits like partial along the way. But yeah, if the stock goes against you, like here, if it goes breaks this the prior lows, then you want to stop out and take that $10 loss. Because if it breaks, at a level where you said you're gonna stop, usually that level is a support level or resistance level, and when it breaks that level, it's probably gonna go down more. So even you can stop out. Like for instance here, it's breaking down. It's not really a level. It was a whole dollar level. But if it breaks down here, it'll go lower. But you want to stop out here, even though you're selling low. But yeah, it can just go lower. Yeah. So it also depends, like if you're a swing trader. Um, like if you're looking to hold a few days, then I would look more in the hourly chart. Um, look more in the hourly chart and daily chart. So the bigger time frame, if you're gonna hold for longer. So like this chart, TMBR. Say you wanna hold this for a few days. You wanna look at the daily chart. So each candle is a day worth. So your risk will be wider. Say this is $2 here, 210, this low. So maybe you want to buy in this day, which is today. So it look like it's bouncing here. So you can put your stop here. If you're holding multiple days, your stop can be $2.10, but you're buying at $2.60. So that's a 50-cent risk. But since you're trading on the day chart, it might go a buck later on the next few days. But yeah, now your risk is 50 cents. So you're still having that mindset of $10 on this trade. Then you want to go how much is that? Um 50 cents. So that's 20 shares. Yeah, so you go 20 shares here. So you go a little bit smaller because now you're trading on the daily chart, and then your risk is 50 cents here. So you size down a little bit so you get your $10 loss amount. And then it might go up 50 cents, 50 cents, and you make your money. So yeah, it's about risk management and just sizing it in depending on the chart you trade. So the larger the time frame, the wider the risk would be, but you can still risk manage that way. But yeah, if you look in the daily chart, then you're looking at the minute chart or 5 minute or 15-minute chart. And then you can see this extension, inverted cup and handle, and it broke there. So this, and then it's gonna test right now it's testing the VWAP, but it'd probably go to 245 here if I was watching this. So there's the inverted cup and handle. The break of this is 255. Your stop is 265, this prior high right here. So here I just draw a line there, a few lines. So 263, and then this is the 256. But you can see it's extended, but you don't get as much of a move. So you might get like a 1.5 reward to your one risk. So you're risking 7 cents here. So it's 263, 256 to make potential like how much is this? Like 10 cents. So you're risking 7 cents to make 10 cents. But yeah, if I would have taken this, I would probably just took some here a little bit because it might bounce. But this one here, it might bounce here like this and go back down. But right now it's bouncing on that VWAP area. So this is not like too extended, but for a quick scalp, like you in and out pretty fast here. So Arec, right now it's holding the 15-minute trend. Some good consolidation. So this, I will get interested in this once it retests the flag line again. So there's the flag line, and then holds VWAP as a support, and it's also like kind of like this area of support here. So this pre-market, so 530s. Bounce here, test this line, holds that support, and then there's like maybe a 10-cent risk here. A lot of the time some patterns fail is because it just goes right here. So when it goes like this, it's just a chaser chasing in, and right now it's extended, right? It went from 5, like the prior low, when it just rips like this, the prior low is down here, so it's way too far, and people that did buy here are willing to sell here. So you're gonna have a lot of sellers that just gonna wait. But when it does this, you have some of the sellers going out, so that supply is less, and then once the demand hits, you'll create that higher low. So if Arec does this, which it's shaping up right now, hopefully it pulls back here. So if this pulls back and holds a higher low, I'll probably take this flag break. And then sometimes there's this big flag where you can also draw a flag within a flag, and then that flag break inside that flag will break the bigger flag. So it's like there's something like this. So hopefully like maybe 2 more minutes or 5 more minutes of consolidation here. So I created my own like custom indicator, but pretty much what all these lines are is the 9 EMA. So if you throw a 9 EMA in your chart, let's say for instance, this is the 9 EMA for the 5-minute chart, and you can see it's tested there. But pretty much instead of like switching the larger time frame each time, I just have it all in one chart. So I just mainly use the 9 EMA and VWAP. And then all these other lines you see, this will be pre-market high. Hey, good morning, Shinhui, Joe. So this purple line is just pre-market high. This the yellow line is days high, so this day high, and then this bottom yellow line is days low, and then I have white lines here, which was the high and low of previous day. So if you go back, so these gray lines is previous day's high and low. So this was previous day's high here, and then previous day's low. So that's what those lines are. And I think there's probably indicators there, but I also modify some of mine. So it looks like it broke out here on Arec. So put okay. So if this pull back, I feel like it's still a little bit extended. But this, some people probably bought this flag break. Yeah, this is the a long setup. But the only thing is it didn't set up strongly for me. But yeah, I think I would take this, but I wasn't paying attention to it. So it somewhat did the pattern here. The long setup inside this flag. Let's see. But right now it's still extended. It's probably gonna pull back to 530s. Hit high of day, but it hasn't broken pre-market. Yeah. What I like is more consolidation, maybe couple more minutes, and the 5-minute chart will look a little better. Oh, it just means some people, if they're shorting, around this area, if it breaks pre-market high, that means that there are shorters are going to stop out at this price. So it's like a resistance level, and also people use it as a guide. Like maybe long traders would buy the pre-market highs. And the pre-market high just means it was a resistance level at the pre-market time frame during the market open or before the market open. And usually it's a level of resistance or a level of interest where people would watch. And usually if it breaks it, you might have a violent push up because it triggers a lot of those stops for short sellers. Risking for who the longs? The longs are the shorts. So the shorts would be risking their money. Um, the longs would be risky. Okay, so the longs, yeah, would be risking their money. But yeah, depending on how this goes, right, it might break here. But the better play is more consolidation. So they might long here and it doesn't break. So that's not a good setup for a long. So, but if it creates like a more consolidation, this, then you have more buyers and sellers like exchanging shares there. And it will once all the shares are exhausted, then you have more demand and it will likely break the resistance, and then that will squeeze. And squeeze just means shorts will have to stop out and cover, and when they cover, they're buying them to stop. So but no trades yet so far for me. If this pulls back, it creates like a big cup and handle here. ONTX. So ONTX looks not too bad. It had a flag break today. Somewhat of a flag break. It's over the 90 EMA, so it looks decent for maybe going back to 150. Let's say. And on the hourly chart, you can see there's some consolidation, a break of that. But I think you'll have some resistance at 150. Oh, actually, it actually hit on 150 pre-market. Here, 150. So it's gonna be you'll have some resistance there at 150. So you might have some 150 here and then probably back down the next day. It's not a for sure thing, but it looks alright on the daily time frame. It's over the 90 EMA. Broke this flag, so you might get a few updates there. But depending on how it reacts on 150, you can go higher or lower. But it looks like it'll probably have a bounce, and then go back down to like 120, and then consolidate a little bit. Tnxp would get interesting if it can maybe retest this level and then reclaims and then break that flag. Yeah, so Arec, you can see it attempted to try to break high of day here. Attempted high of day break there, and it didn't get through 5 days or pre-market highs, and now it's breaking down. So you don't want to buy up here. So it's gonna need a lot of work. For which stock? Yeah, so it's not a buy for me until it sets up. Arec. Yeah, gonna have to wait a little more. So it's gonna need a lot more work. So for me to buy, I'm gonna wait for this pattern. Retest on the 15-minute, reclaims, holds VWAP, this, flag break, and I might buy this here. And then it might, from this flag break, it might break higher days, like pre-market high. So right now it's attempting a bounce. It might fail to retest the 15-minute. Reclaims VWAP and it flags. Yeah, so I'm still waiting. No trades. But yeah, it's not going to be a trade for some time, so I'm just gonna stock other stocks. Let's see what else is setting up. So AMC looks interesting as well. AMC but it probably needs to hold a few candles on the 5-minute chart above VWAP. So let's see. Yeah, on the daily. On the daily is a bit extended though. So I don't think it'll be a strong move. It might be an inside candle for AMC or a pullback. You can see the daily 9 EMA is at 12 bucks. So it's either going to be like a really tight day today, like this, and then you get a pullback tomorrow, or it might pull back today to 12 bucks for AMC. So like on the long side, it's not going to be a really strong move, but it could move, but I don't think it'll be a super strong move. It's a little bit extended. So this would probably need a lot more work. So right now it's trying to do this. Yeah. So an hourly chart. So you can see it's trailing on the hourly chart, went below it, and then now it's above the hourly, went below it, and now it's gonna be above the hourly. But yeah, more a little bit short bias, or it's not like a super long yet, just because the daily chart is extended. You can see it's extended there on the daily chart on AMC. GME, GameStop, right? You can see how important it is to look at the 9 EMA. So if I give you one indicator, just throw a 9 EMA to any chart. And if it's too far from there, like for instance, this day right here, see how far it is? So I knew that it's gonna fall back down, or it's gonna consolidate here for some time before it goes higher. And it's not gonna go higher like this. You know, a lot of people are imagining that, but if the technicals aren't there, it's not gonna move. So like even this day, right? It actually opened like this, and you see how far that is. And then that day it just tanked, retested the 9 EMA, tapped it perfectly, perfectly there. And then now you have this day where it's extended, pretty much in thin air. And now you got to retest. Now it's below it, and then today's above it. So, and the reason today, these day launch is it's consolidated enough where the 9 EMA has caught up. So now you're able to buy. I made a trade on AMC on the daily chart as well. I think during this day, we're just breaking the highs here and above 9 EMA. I actually bought some here for a swing trade and sold like $10. And you can see here it's retesting the 9 EMA here again, and now it bounced again. So it's probably gonna slowly test the 9 EMA again, which is around $12, and then it could go higher after that, or it might break below it. But yeah, it's not a spot to go long, because, or at least a swing trade, because today it can just very well wash and close at 12 very harshly. So it's just like you know, those tiny things to be aware of on the bigger time frame, what that bias is, and then as long as you understand that bias, you'll be a little bit more careful. So you see, it's getting really weak. It's probably going to break down and go to 12 bucks, I guess. Just what I just explained there on the daily chart. So I might even look to short this for the hourly break, but it's gonna take some more time. It's gonna be like lower high, lower high, lower high, like a descending triangle, and then the break of this probably goes to 12 bucks today. for AMC. Let's scan through some stocks. Yeah, so Arec looks weak now. Looks very weak. So yeah, sometimes it's good to be patient. You know, you don't want to buy up here. Now you'll be a seller. And it can still go higher. But right now, it's pretty weak. Nine EMA. So EMA is exponential moving average. So whatever time frame you're watching, it will gravitate towards the 9 EMA, so exponential moving average. So if you have an average of I'll go on the daily chart. So the 9 EMA means nine days of average. But the exponential has like some more calculation to it, so it reacts faster. But if you take the close of each day, so this one is $4 something. If you take the last 9 candles, so like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and you take the average of this, then if you take the average of the close of all these, like this, then it will be this line, this white line. So that's the average. So it'll create this line. But what happens is the next day, now you're looking at the last 9 here. So it'll take out the 10th day. So it's a moving average. That's why it's called moving average. You read up here, moving average exponential moving average. So the average, you know, sections every 9 days. It looks back 9 days until it takes the average. But it's an always moving average. So these lines will take the average. So today you can see the white line's going up a little bit because now it's taking this day as an average and it's a little higher. So it's gonna move up a little bit for Arec. But if you throw the 9 EMA onto the chart, a lot of stocks will gravitate towards it. So if it's too far from the 9 EMA, then you don't want to buy the stock. People are going to sell to the line. So you can see here, Arec goes up. The 9 EMA is down here. And what did it do? Gravitate towards it. And then it went back down below the 9 EMA. And what did it do? It bounced, gravitate towards it. Right. So the 9 EMA is a really good indicator in all time frames. So like if I go like the 5-minute chart, this is the 5-minute chart. And what did it do? Gravitate towards it right here. We look at the 15-minute. Right now it's far, right? This is the 15-minute chart. And what is it going to do? It's probably going to dip down. So by just looking at the 15-minute chart, it's but this is I have to add pre-market hours. So let me see here. So this will be more accurate. Okay. So it's accounting the pre-market data as well. So what did it do? Boom, gravitate towards it and now breaks it. So that's the 15-minute chart. So you always want to go down, like to go long on a trade, you want your daily to not be too far from the 90 MA, and then your hourly to not be far, and then your 15-minute. The more time frame um, it lines up to the 90 MA, the higher chance it will work, because you have traders on all different time frame. So right now, Arec, the 90 EMA for the hourly chart, so each candle is an hour. So you take the average of, the last nine hours. Then the average is here at 460, but it hasn't, touched it yet. So it will gravitate towards it. Either prints the next hour chart here, and then this will slowly rise, or this goes down to here, right? In this hour. So like this will close like this in this hour, or it'll slowly kind of go up as it prints the new candle. And then once it's, close to it, now you have people that are trading on the hourly chart will buy. So people that are trading the hourly chart, they're not going to buy like this. They will buy when it's closer to the line like this. And then they're like, oh, okay, now let's buy. And those hourly chart will go more shares, and it'll bring the stock up, because those other bigger players will also buy, and not just a small subset. You have a larger sample size of people buying. And and these lines are pretty much this one. You can see it's 1 minute, 1M, 5 minute, 15 minute, 30 minute, 60 minute, 1 day. So those are the line of the 90 EMAs on those corresponding date time frames. So this is the 15 minute, the gray line. You can see it bounce, gravitate towards it. Now it's broken. Now it's going to gravitate towards the 30 or the 1 hour. So it's going to probably do this. But yeah, if you look at I mentioned the hourly chart, it's pretty far, right? So you don't want to buy the stock now because it's too far from here. So maybe you can dip buy here, right? If it goes back down. But yeah, I think a lot of traders make the mistake of they're buying up here when the 90 MA of a bigger time frame is down here, and it's gonna naturally gravitate, and then they take us loss there because it's naturally just correcting itself. But yeah, if you understand that if all the time frame, all the 90 MA catches up, then you have a more likelihood the stock will go higher, because you have different traders from different time frames waiting for that 90 MA test. And then if it all tests in all the time frame, you have all that demand of buying. So, but if it doesn't hold it, then those time frame will also sell. So it's also the inverse, right? If it breaks it, then now those people are sellers. Okay, so do a scan. Okay, so Imtx right away I can see that it's extended on the 5-minute chart. The 1-minute chart's here. You got an inverted cup and handle. So it has room to pull back to $16. So this is the 1-minute chart, and you look at the 5-minute chart, you can see how far away it is from 5-minute. So you have this much room on the downside. So that's where I will look into the 1-minute chart and look for a pattern, and then short into it. So sometimes it can just like consolidate here, and you can see the next 5-minute candle. I create this indicator. It's a prediction of where the next 5 EMA is, the next one. So you can see these are 5 minutes. And the next one, So if it consolidates here, it won't go down, but it will slowly catch up. The EMA will start catch up, and then it will go higher. But yeah, this stock's a little spready, so I'm not gonna trade this one. So this Tnxp, you can see it's trailing on the 5 EMA, right? But it's a tiny bit extended on the 15-minute. So if I go to the 5-minute chart, you can see it's the candle is holding above this white line, which is the 9 EMA of the 5-minute chart. But if I go to the 15-minute chart, you can see it's extended 150. So it's gonna slowly correct itself and gravitate towards this 150. So I'll look into this chart and look for it to create an inverted cup and handle and break of this line, break of the 9 EMA. So you can see now it's just breaking now, right? So this was probably a potential short, and it's gonna break to 150. Yeah, it's sometimes it's kind of very obvious. See, now it's just crashing to 150 because the 15-minute is extended. You don't want to buy up here, knowing that it's already too far up, and you just have to wait for these setups to happen. After it tests, 150, all these other time frames, and then it sets up a flag. Now you have a higher probability of winning. Yeah, I'll probably do a video on YouTube. Maybe explain the 9 EMA a little more. But yeah, it's very important in my trading strategy. And right away you can identify if the stock is gonna successfully go higher or will pull back. Like CTRM, right? I think kind of we traded this together or kind of traded it. And the reason I liked it because initially it didn't go much further, but initially it went like this, and you can see on the daily chart the 9 EMA was here. So it tested the 9 EMA, so it looks good. So for a swing trader perspective, it looks awesome. So there's a reason for it to go higher, right? It can do this. But yeah, sometimes it doesn't work in the daily time frame, but if you pick your spots in the let me see the last 5 days. So here, right? Why did I buy here? See the 9 EMA on the 5-minute chart. It's tested. It's not too far, so it's a good spot to buy. And what did I do? It go higher. So this is the 15-minute. If we go to the 5-minute, go back more days. Oh, here. So this is the same day. So on the 5-minute, where did I buy? I probably bought it here, right here, and it's not too far from the 9 EMA. So all these time frame lines up. It's not too far. None of these are too far, and it has a pattern that can break out. So it'll go higher. So what did it do? It went higher. Maybe it wasn't this day. It was this day. Yeah. but then all those time frames lined up, and none of them were too far. So your success rate of the stock going higher is a higher chance. You know, it's not 100% chance, but your odds will increase, like maybe by 10% for each EMA, each time frame that's caught or tested it. So AMC, I'll probably look to short this. Like I mentioned, the daily chart is extended, right? So AMC, if it breaks this, it's going to $12. I just from this daily time frame, now I have a bias that it'll go lower. Either go lower or it doesn't. I'm not saying it could go higher, but if it goes higher, this is gonna be too far and it'll probably like crash next day or something. But you can see it's holding this time frame, like holding the hourly. So it can still, you know, hold the hourly time frame and then go higher. So if it goes like this, breaks down, it will, if it breaks down today, it'll probably go to $12. And the chart is shaping up to go lower right now. So like maybe 10-15 minutes ago, I drew this lower highs. So it's trying a couple times, right? So the tighter and tighter it gets here and it breaks, it's probably gonna have a harsh. So the longer the consolidation and the tighter it gets, you're gonna have a move soon, either on the upside, on the downside. Right now, I'm more looking on the downside because of the daily context. The daily context is telling me that it needs to go back down to 12. So the chance of going down to 12 is higher than going up. It could go up. I'm not saying it can't go up, but if it does go up, it'll probably go back down pretty quickly because the 90 EMA is far. So if this sets up like this, you know, and a little cup and handle, I'll probably look to short it. It can still go higher today, but it will probably need to do this and then flags. Prior resistance becomes support around here, and then flags. Um, so hopefully it gives a bounce because I would like to short it. So this is kind of like a small, you know, cup and handle here. But yeah, I would like to see a bounce here just so I could get an entry. AZS. AZS. By looking at it, the volume looks pretty light. So you can see here, boom, tested the 90 EMA and consolidated the 90 EMA, and it has like a flag, breaks down. Now it is below the 90 MA here. You can see gravitate towards it, gravitate towards it, gravitate towards it, and now it's above it. So it looks decent. Like if you're holding for a swing trade, it looks all right. But right now, yeah, it's a dip buy spot, right? It broke out of this cup and handle higher, so people probably bought, you know, in this breakout, and probably sold here, and now it's retesting that resistance level. So it's retesting this resistance level here. This resistance level now becomes support. And then you also have support the 90 MA, the white line, the 90 MA. So it's bouncing off two areas, or two kind of converging supports. You have the support on the daily candles and support the 90 MA. So that's why you're seeing a little bounce here today. So two things can happen. You do it inverted cup and handle like this, and breaks, and it can go lower, or this will hold as support and then creates a higher low, and then go higher. But that's on the daily time frame. On the hourly chart, the hourly chart is still struggling to stay above it. This is the first hourly chart above the hourly 90 MA in the last day. So you might get a reversal on it. But on the daily time frame, it looks all right, and it actually filled the gap here. There's a tiny gap at 180, and it kind of filled it on 2 days ago. Let's see. There's how's AMC looking? Yeah, so there's AMC. It's gonna drop down to $12. You know, just because you look at the daily chart, you can see that it's extended, and this is gonna gravitate towards that $12, like I mentioned. It's gonna slowly gravitate towards this. Could fall below $12 today. But it's already breaking lows. Yeah, I was watching this. I was hoping for one more lower high. It might have been this lower high here. So that might have been the push there, and it broke the downtrend. You could short this break, risking 13.30s. So that's a 10-cent risk, and now it's gone like 20 cents. So you already made 2x your risk. So, but it looks like this will go lower on AMC. Yeah, so don't try to chase. There's like a lot of YouTube try and pump this up, a lot of squeezing and stuff. But the squeeze, all those squeezing is derivatives. The main price of the stock is the stock price, not option price or things like that. So for for those actions to move, it really needs to set up on the technical side of things. If it's not there, it's not gonna move. And the reason we have sideways now is because it's just consolidating. It's extended. You're not going to have something that's just squeezed to 1,000. You have support level, becomes resistance, becomes support. It's going to take a lot more time. Yeah, the 90 MA is really important in terms of extension. Yeah. if you put the 9 EMA into your trading, it will definitely help you. And like Trading View, all has those charts for free. Yeah, Trading View here, right? So you got Trading View, and then if you're looking for free charting, you can go here, type moving average, and click the moving average exponential. And it will throw in your 9 EMA. You can change this to a, it's blue right now. But like if you go to the 1 day, you can see it in 1 day for app or the daily chart in Apple. It's just every time it's too far from the 9 EMA, it goes back to the 9 EMA. Every time it's too far, it goes back. So you're gonna always go back to the 9 EMA. So if you're buying, up here, you see how far it is? So don't buy it there. Let's see. And yeah, here's the same chart, the 9 EMA on, I was explaining earlier for AMC. Could drop down to 1150. That's the 9 EMA here. Yeah, so that's probably like the, if you want to buy on a trend, I would buy as close as possible on an uptrend on a 9 EMA. That's probably the best. If you're, I don't know, let's see what other chart. There's, let's just use AMD, right? So when the EMA works when it's when it's trending. So plug. Right now plug is down, right? 36. So yeah, not a dip buyer, but you can see it's extended on the 90 EMA. But it can go lower. It can go to, it's 29. Let me use my chart. So on the daily, people also use 200 EMA, which is the purple line, 200, and then the 50 EMA, which is the yellow line. So that's another indicator people will use for swing trading. So right now it's for plug. Yeah, people will think it's on a discount, but it's on a downtrend. It could continue going lower, but not my type of style to trade. But spot to buy maybe 30s. You have support at 30 level here. It's fine. And also the 200 EMA would be at 30, so it can go lower. Maybe one more day, it'll go lower to 30s, and then it's gonna get far from the 9 EMA, and 9 EMA will be here, and then you might get a bounce. And for plug, I would just sell there on that bounce to the 9 EMA because it's on a downtrend. You don't want to buy and hold here. This is not a stock where you buy and hold. You could buy and hold after it recovers to an uptrend, and then now you can dip buy here and potentially you can hold for your stop down here. So when something like this happens, like this, you can buy here, your stop here. And yeah, now you can hold since it's creating higher highs and higher lows and an uptrend. Right now, you don't know if this is going to create more lows or it's going to create a higher low. So it's too early to buy it and hold. But yeah, it's a spot where people will say, okay, it's cheap, let's go in. But you know, you might get a 50% discount now, and then next day will be a 75% discount. So like I mentioned, I don't look at stocks as discounts. They're priced for a reason. GX. So nothing is standing out for me. So PCN. Yeah. So if it's really far, it will drop. It so the farther it rockets up, the higher the harder it drops. So just think of it that way. If you're buying when it's far and it goes higher, then it's gonna drop hard. So I think Tesla actually behaved pretty well. But yeah, there are days where you can see it's extended here. And then it closed. Let me make this point smaller. So you can see it's extended, and then the next day it touched a line. Here it opened up here. So it opened pretty high. It was down here. So then you have that day where it sells. So Tesla actually trended pretty well. And you can see this day here. Extended pretty well. And then you probably have like $100 drop here. And then consolidate. So either it drops all the way to the 90 EMA, or you allow it to consolidate in a range until the 90 average slowly catches up. So once it catches up, and then now it can move higher. So it drips. TDOC. TDOC, just by looking at the chart, doesn't look good to me. At least for a swing trade, you know. And I mentioned earlier, I'm not a dip buyer, but I can see 180s as a support level here and resistance. So you can see support became resistance, or resistance became support, broke down, support, and maybe a support bounce here. But if it fails this area, even with the 90 EMA, right, you can see how extended is down to the downside here, and then it had to wait till it kind of slowly catches up. Now it's to here, attempted to go above the 90 EMA. Now it fell to below. So for me, it's not a buy for me. It could go lower. Could very well go to 140s. Not a discount, or I don't trade discount, so I can see why people buy and maybe it goes back up. But you can see these volumes. People that have average prices up here around 250. If it bounces to 240, they're gonna sell. So when you're buying at a discount, you have people that are going to sell that are losing money already. So you think about people are buying here, right? They're all at a loss. They're all at a loss. When the stock bounce back up to break even for them, they're gonna sell. So that's why you're gonna have a bounce, a hopeful bounce, and then a trend back down. So it's on a downtrend, so it's not a buy. NRG, same stock. It's testing the 200 EMA. You have some support level around here. Yeah, maybe this support here, and yeah, it's probably around 35, and then maybe another one. Yeah, drip. So I don't dip buy. I think I kind of mentioned it a few times. I don't like to buy stocks here, but if you dip buy, I would sell if it goes up. It's not a buy and hold. It's more of a buy. You wait until it kind of goes back to the 90 May, and then you sell. It's probably just a buy and hold for like 1 day or 2 days if it goes back tomorrow. But it's not a long trade to me. Not a trade where you want to hold long term. For me to consider a long term hold is a hold of support and then a higher low. So I always want to see a higher low to confirm an uptrend. So now you have higher low, higher highs. You could buy here. Like this is where I would dip buy, not here, because here it can keep going down. You don't know where that low is. Right now it's on its way. It's the lowest work in progress. So you can go like this, right? This is like a work in progress low. So you want to see a bounce first, another low, and then another bounce. And then you could buy here, or you can buy, along the way here. And then now it's an uptrend. So that's more of a reasonable buy for me. If you want to buy and hold longer, you buy and hold here, it might go lower tomorrow. You don't know where that low is yet. And then if you're buying here, then you can set your stop here. So when you go into a trade, you have to ask yourself, where's your stop? If you can't answer that question, then you're not trading correctly. You'll be an investor of the company forever. So still no trade for me this morning. Don't see anything interesting. But yeah, I usually take most of my trade like towards the later part of the day, just because more patterns are played out. In the morning, usually, the pattern has to go exactly how I want it to. If it doesn't, then I just avoid everything altogether. And today doesn't have a lot of stocks moving, so you can see AREC is slowly trailing back down to the hourly chart. We go to the hourly. You can see it was extended. Now the hourly is slowly catching up, but it's still extended. So Arec still has room to go down to like 490s, 480s still. It's under VWAP. This is going to retest VWAP. People are going to resell there and go to 480s. That's AREC. Zcmd. This was the highest percent gainer today, and you can see it's extended pretty much when people bought up here. And now what is it doing? It's gravitating towards the. So like I mentioned, the higher it is, the harder it falls. Look how far it is. This is going to close at 260s. So you don't want to be a buyer up there. Like I mentioned, just stick a 90 EMA in whatever time frame you're trading. Just make sure it's not too far from it. Or yeah, or close. Make sure it's close. Yeah, I think it'll avoid you taking bad trades if you look at the 9 EMA. Hey, Dream Crusher. Sava. So Sava here, you can see it's trailing. I can already tell the 15-minute EMA is extended. So look at the 15-minute. See how far it is on the 15-minute chart. And a lot of green candles. So you might keep getting pushed up, but your 15-minute EMA is gonna be too far. You're gonna have a pullback to this sometime, either right now or later. But definitely you don't want to buy here. You might get a few push up, but it's not going to be a strong move because it's extended. Timber. So timber looks decent. The only thing is it's below VWAP, so that's the only downside to this. Let me remove some lines in here. So yeah, so going back to if you look at the 5-minute chart, it's close to the 90 EMA. Go to the 15-minute chart, it's touched the 90 EMA. In the hourly chart, it tested here, a little bit extended, but maybe in the next hour or two, if it can hold, this can like break out. And then on the daily chart, so what happened in the daily? This day was extended. You can see the 90 EMA was down here, and it actually opened like right at the 90 EMA. So, but now it's like on the 90 EMA, so this has potential. But yeah, the only thing is that I mentioned was it's below the VWAP. So for it to be a valid pattern, we'll do this. Buy up here, buy higher. So I like to buy higher because that's a confirm an uptrend, and it'll go higher. So it's not a buy yet here, but if it confirms this level, so here's support, breaks, resistance, resistance, resistance. So you don't want to buy here because it can go down. So you want more support. It breaks, holds this as support, and then you buy the flag break, just like that. But yeah, it's getting in the late part. So I'll just show my two strategies that I play. It's these that I mentioned. So looking for that support and resistance level, and then breaking that flag. And then the short setup's the inverted cup and handle. But yeah, just be patient. No need to trade. There's no setup. You want to trade, high quality setup over quantity, because it only takes one trade to make your days winning. So ONTX, this looks interesting actually. But the only thing is around this time frame, lunchtime, you're not gonna have a lot of volume because the people are taking lunch break. So the breakout is not going to be as strong, but I can see this going if it breaks here. Like the 127 break. Your stop could be 124. So that's going to be a 3-cent stop, right? So you go 100 shares at $3 loss, 1,000 shares is $30 loss. So you size in whatever you're comfortable of taking. Yeah, but on the daily chart, I think it looks good. I think Mayo, you mentioned this last time or earlier. It didn't look good here, but now it looks good after it reclaims. Kind of like, I've always drawn like that. But yeah, but now it's reclaiming, right? So that's the part you want to see, like what's happening right now. So when we looked at it, it was just looking like this. It doesn't look good. So now it's reclaiming this as support. And now it might look good. So you also want to keep your bias open and change your bias based off new data. But yeah, like I mentioned, it's lunchtime, so it might not move that strongly. But if it holds here, I'll try the 126 break. I probably won't go too big of a size just because it's lunchtime. It might not move. But if 126 break here, I'll probably take it. So what I do is I draw this line, right? And then I look at the level 2. So this box here is the level 2. So this box here is level 2. And on the right here is the ask. So this is how many, so these size here is in multiples of 100. So if you add this all up, this is probably like 100,000 or a million shares or something. 13, yeah, 2 zeros. So this is like almost 100,000 shares. So it's gonna take 100,000 buyers, share buyers, to break through it. So what I do is I will watch this. I will watch this until the supply goes down. So right now it doesn't look like it's gonna break. So I kind of understand that it's probably not gonna break right now because you still have a lot of people buying and then not a lot of you still have a lot of people selling, but not a lot of buyers here. So it might dip. So it might take a little bit while to kind of chip away all these supply here at 126. But once 126 break, like when I start seeing it kind of slowly chip down slowly, I will look to go buy. I'll buy 126. So it could break anytime. It could break, now, or it could retest and break after lunch. But if it breaks 126, I'll be watching this closely here on the side. And if it starts to kind of chip down, and then the buyer steps up over here, you can see this, the numbers are slowly increasing and the numbers slowly decreasing. So you might have buyers own it right now. So I might buy this right here. You can see it's slowly, the numbers are slowly increasing. So I'm gonna grab 1,000 shares. So my stop is 124. So if it breaks 124, I'm gonna take that loss, like $30 loss. But if it's close to breaking, I'll look to add. So you can see my position up here. This is my position. I just got 1,000 shares at 125, but I'm going a little bit early just because I'm anticipating for that break. But if it breaks 124 here, that's where my stop is. So I'm gonna stop out there. So my stop is here, 124. It hasn't broken the flag line yet. So it's a little early, right? So that's my stop there, prior low. But if this breaks 126, I think it can go towards higher day. It can go to 132, 134. But once it starts chipping, I'm gonna add more shares. So you can see the buyers are stepping in. These buyers are increasing. So I put a stop order here, an auto stop order at 123. But if this starts chipping, I'm gonna add more, like I was mentioning. So I added another 1,000 shares, so I have 2,000 shares now. Again, I'm gonna stop there, 123. So that's gonna be my stop. It's gonna be like a $60 loss, $80 loss. But that's my risk level, right? You size in on how much you want to risk. So it still hasn't breaking the flag. And yeah, I'll be a little careful because it's, like I mentioned, it's lunchtime. So you're not gonna get like a lot of volume. People are on break from trading. But I do need to take a restroom break, pee break. But I'll be back. But I put my stop there. All right, so it looked like it broke there. So you can see it went up, increase in volume. So I'm in 2,000 shares. And now it's going. So you see the pattern played out perfectly. Just identify your risk. You're stopping here, $80 risk for me. And then now I'm up like 60, right? Uh, so I'm willing to sell, a little bit partial, just right below high of days. So you might get some consolidation here. Um, I'm also willing to take 500 shares off around like 129. But I think if this was like any other time, maybe earlier in the morning or kind of later part, we might see a bigger move. But I think this is a good chart to get behind. I'm gonna sell 500 shares. So I'm just waiting. My order is waiting at 129 for 500 shares. Then I'd love to sell more like 131s or something. Um, so you can see it's getting a little bit extended on the 1 minute chart here. So you might get like a couple minute to let it catch up, and then people will buy it. So I took 500 shares off there, 129. It filled me, so it's a little bit of profit there. And then I'll put my next order at 500, 131. So just right at higher days. So my stop is still at one. So one, you can either move your stop here at 124, 123 break, or you want to be more flexible, you can move your stop here at 123. So this pullback is normal, as long as it's holding above the 5 minute trend. So I'll put my stop at 124. So I'm gonna move it. But you want to give yourself more room, would be 123. Yeah, so it's important to kind of sell some above there because you know it might not hold to lunchtime, given it already cup and handle and go lower. But people will probably dip buy here. Maybe some dip buyers will come in and then go higher. So 124. So 124 will be my stop now. Yeah, so that pullback's normal because it's extended. This move was a little bit extended on the charts here. Now it's gone back down. People will dip buy, and hopefully it goes higher, break higher days. So sometimes I would also dip buy here after the trend break. Tnxp, yeah, it's a possible setup. Yeah, so there might have been a setup here on this one, but it's getting extended on the hourly chart, but there might be another one setting up now. So you can see here this. This is kind of what's happening with the trade we're in right now. The what we were trading, ONTX. Yeah. So ONTX, I put my stop there at 124. So there's a okay. 594. What are you looking at? So quick update on this SGLB position. So I shorted here for this break, trendline break, and it hit the 15-minute target. So should have gotten more shares here. Now it's reclaiming VWAP. This as support, so it actually could flag and break here. The only problem is it's extended hourly, so this might get a little pop and then it goes back down. But it's gonna stop me out. I think a $6 break. I'm gonna take off the rest here. Yeah, so I have my stop at 601. Yeah, so the buy orders are always going to be below the last price. So the last price right now is trading at $5.99. That's the last price. So your buy order is always going to be below or at it, and then your sell order is going to be at or above the last price. But if this starts to kind of break here, I'm gonna stop out, just because there's like a flag forming, so potentially it could break this flag here and go higher. So I want to stop out before it goes too high. But this flag here might fail, just because it's extended on the hourly chart. Hit M laser. Let me check that out. Imtx. Yeah, Imtx looks dead to me. Don't see it going higher. It's almost at the hourly chart here, so we might get some bounce off that hourly chart and maybe a retest of VWAP around 16. But it doesn't look like it's gonna go. It's gonna break, and hold above 16. They might get a retest there and go back lower. AMC is doing a little flag. It tested all the time frame now. The only thing is the extension on the daily time frame. Maybe a flag here later part of the day. Express looks decent. I might have a flag break already off these highs. So Express had a good breakout here. GME. Okay, GME looks okay too. So GME is on the hourly. I mean, it's on the 9 EMA on the daily chart. On the minute chart here, it looks decent for VWAP squeeze. but it'll probably need to be after lunch if it continue to hold VWAP here. It's gonna need more time. Okay, so I stop out there in SGLB. So I stopped out there at 601. So that was my stop. It's breaking this flag. I don't think it'll go a lot higher just because it's extended, but I'm gonna stop out there just because that's where I said I'll stop. So just a little small win there. Took half profit on here, which I should have taken more because it reached the 50-minute target. So that's where I was shorting to bounce off of that. And then now it's holding a flag break. So longs could now buy that flag, risking here. But the only problem, it was a small win, $10, but more or less it's kind of break even trade for me. But yeah, thanks, Mayo. Yeah, so it looks like this might trend a little higher before it goes lower, but it's extended on an hour, so I was more short buys on this chart. LPC and so this is also getting extended. Maybe we'll have a 15-minute chart reversal. So it broke this flag here, but if it doesn't continue to hold this flag and fails, probably look too short. Yeah, so Tnxp, like I mentioned, it was extended on the hourly, so I mentioned that it probably goes to 140 before it goes higher. It's too extended. So even though you get a flag break here, it's probably gonna go back down partially. So probably 143, 140. So, fun is getting small range. SGLB is breaking the flag. So yeah, so important to know where to stop. Because I'm both a long trader and a short trader, so I know that this is a flag break that some traders would trade. So you gotta cover there and take that loss, or at least take it off. So now it's squeezing. IPDN. Let's see if there's any other charts moving. GME slowly grinding higher. It needs to consolidate a little longer. Maybe after lunch, like 10 p.m. or 10 a.m. Oh, CIDM. So this CIDM chart looks interesting for the 128 break. Nice little flag here, higher lows forming. The only problem is it's below the 9 EMA. Or it's at the 9 EMA. So it's, I think a break of this would be the break of the 9 EMA. I feel like it probably consolidate a little bit longer. Maybe a 126 test, like one more dip here, and then breaks the 128. So I'll probably watch that. Darth, do you have a stock in mind? There's Cat. It's going higher. It got halted. It's trailing the 5-minute EMA, but there's no setup for me to trade. It might be a potential flag break here. But it's not my trading style. I like to see more of a confirmed support and resistance. LPCN. So LPCN had it's moving, decent break. I was looking to maybe short this if it fails here. But there is a spot that you could have buy here at 190, stop at 187s or so. I stop at these lows, buy 190, but again, it's like extended on the hourly. So that's a little tricky. So it might fail. So even though it breaks, it might fail. You can see it's pretty far from the hourly. So during like the later part of the day, like the later half of the trading day, you want the hourly to be close if you want to buy long. So most of the time, I will like for this type of chart, I will look to go short when it breaks trend line. So like this trend line that I draw here. So I'm gonna look for it to fail. So if it doesn't go higher here, I mean if it does it's good, but it's still extended on the hourly, so I'm not gonna buy here. So the people that bought here, they're gonna stop out when it goes this low, right? So they're gonna stop out and then break this trend line as well. So it's gonna trigger more stops. So people that stop here, the people that bought here have stops here. People that bought here have stops here. People that did bought here have stops here. So what happens is people that bought here is extended, so it's gonna fail, and then it'll trigger this stop, which would trigger more stops, and it'll fall back down. So you can see it's crashing, or not crashing, but going down. It's failing. So this flag is too extended to buy. So it's gonna, you have a lower chance to win when it's extended on the hourly chart. Like I was mentioning, this hourly chart is 173. So I'm gonna wait for this to set up here and short it, go short. But yeah, I'll be watching this to short. I'm gonna check if I have some locates on it. So I do have locates. But I'll stay online. But I have another call to get to, so I'll continue to watch this on the side. PCN, if it breaks 93 here, 193, I'm gonna try take it small. 190 is a little extended, but it's holding up pretty well on the 15-minute trend, so it's gonna try it small. It's extended on the hourly chart. But if it breaks 193, I missed it there. All right, I'll try it here. 1,500 shares and 194. So I'm long there at 194. So 198 will be the first target, the high day target. But it might fail here because it's extended. But the chart looks like it's wants to go higher. Yeah, so there's a pullback. So I'm gonna keep my stop tight. Whatever this low gives, I'm gonna stop there. So if it gives a low here, I'm gonna put my stop there. But if it doesn't give a low, I'll stop here at 189. So big volume there, but not a lot of big push. So let's see how it reacts here. So 190, 192 might be where I'll stop. Yeah, I don't think this will get too far, but SQLB went pretty good on that 15-minute flag. SQLB, SGLB. So it was extended. It was 15-minute chart here, extended on the hourly, and it went pretty well. So maybe maybe it has a chance here. So PCN. So try to push there. Somewhat an increase in volume, but yeah. So there's the fell as expected. But you know it was worth the risk to try it. So my stop is at 190 now. So I'm gonna stop out at pretty much at this break at 191. So if it does a ready cup and handle, then it's a fail. If it holds this 5-minute trend and flags and go higher, then we'll get a winner. Let's see. But that's pretty much a fail flag there. So I'll probably, if this actually breaks, I'm probably gonna flip it short. I'm probably gonna go short. Breaks 191. But if it holds on here, you can trend higher. But yeah, I don't like the volume there. This fell flag. picking up some. Okay, let's see if it's a higher low here. But I will stop at 191 break. Stopping here. Because if it breaks this level, it's going to 187s. 186. Twos. So looks like there's some dip bars here. Twos. So I'm gonna keep raising my stop as it creates lows. I'm raising my stop here now, a 192 break. So 191 would trigger me. There's 196 break. One 197s. So right now it's getting extended in the 15-minute chart, so I'm gonna size down if I get the chance. I'm gonna try to sell some at 196. I feel like it's getting too extended. I might get a harsh rejection. So I have filled there 196. So I'm gonna raise my stop to 192s here. So my stop is like 191 now. If this gets through 198 high days, I would look to sell some at right near twos. So not looking good. I'm probably gonna downsize. I don't like the 15-minute extension plus the hourly extension. I'm just gonna check what I have here. Feels like there's a lot of dip bars though, but so I took it off there. Very small win, $21. Um, I just don't like this action. I'm probably gonna go short if it breaks 190 through. What is this? 193. Yeah, I don't like this action, so I'm gonna go short. Maybe it gives like something like this. I'll go short. It's not gonna be for a while. But I'll be back until it sets up. But yeah, so I got out there. You can see it pretty much broke. I was thinking of going short here at 193. But yeah, so it's good to understand how far away that is on the 15-minute chart, and then the hourly chart is way down here. So just gotta understand that and take your gains. Yeah, so Imtx, no, not a long setup. It needs to be over VWAP. I mean, there might be a little bounce here if you do this, you might get a bounce. Gness looks pretty good. You can see like this extension here. 123. So it's 123 risk breaking at 125. GNUS. On the daily, it has already tested the 9 EMA on the daily chart, so it looks good. So I had a bounce day here. So this chart can get a little interesting if we get a break of 125. LPCN broke higher after test 15-minute. For which one? GNUS. Yeah, it does look like it right here. Oh, with LPCN. Yeah, I mean it's been far for pretty long. I just don't feel really comfortable buying up here, but I would sell some, but that was a higher day break. Um, if you have shares here, if this, so I might short this 195 break. Yeah, so there's the inverted cup and handle. Why VR 326. So the EMA depends on what time frame you're like looking at trading. Oh wow, what a squeeze, OCG. So this one is a bit extended on the 15-minute chart, but it's the first time it's caught up here and had a flag break here. So normally I don't trade the 15-minute flag in the later part of the day because the hourly is extended. But recently, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of maybe antsy traders trying to get in the later part of the day, even though the hourly extended, so not sure. So maybe I should take open up my strategy and just take some of these trades. Potentially you can just risk wide and you go smaller size share size. So GS I like GNUS. I might try to take some GNUS here for the 120 break. So 3,000 shares here. I just took it. GNUS. So I think when it breaks 125, I think they should start rolling. So my stop here is 222. I have 3,000 shares. So this was the flag break. But let's see if we get some volume. I'm gonna add a little more. So we do have some volume picked up here. So 225 break should get this moving to 220. But I'm going to downsize and stop if it approaches the 222 area. Let's see if this gets going. 4,500 shares at 224 average. If 225 break, I'm probably gonna add more. Because this looks like a nice flag. But it's gonna need a lot of volume if it gets there. So I'm still holding on to 4,500 shares here. Slow mover, but 225 break will get this moving. If not, I'm gonna downsize on 223 break, and the break of 222 will be my full stop. So it's finally tested the 1 minute and 5 minute here. So it needs to move up here. See what it does. $230. If it breaks 225, 230 would be the target. First target. The buyers are stepping in here on GNUS. So it starts to break 225 here. I'm going to add a little bit more. So I added 1,500 more shares here. Looks like it might break. I'll downsize if it breaks 224. So I have 6,000 shares now. All right, so there's the break of 225. All right, so I'm up $100 now. I'm gonna take some shares off at. I'm gonna take some shares off at 128, 129, 130. I'm just gonna take a few thousand shares off of there. And so you can see my orders here. I have an order at 107, so it's starting to fill some orders there at 127. But I'm going to take 1,000 shares for each penny, starting from here. My stops is going to be at 124 break, so that's going to be my stop. Let's see if we get a push up. So volume is picking up here. You can see the buyers are stepping in. And my 227s, it's almost fully filled here. All right, so it filled my 1,000 shares at 127 there. My next order is going to be 128. So GNUS, if it can't hold 225, I'm probably gonna downsize a little more. This is also the 15-minute test. Genus for genus going down. If it fails to hold um this 15-minute chart and 225, so I'm gonna take it off here. I'm downsizing two more thousand shares there. If this starts to break, I'm gonna probably take it off for either a loss, small loss, or tiny win. But it was worth a shot on this flag break. Just no follow through momentum here. All right, so I took it off there, 224. Just $16 win. I was up like 150 at one point, but I only had 1,000 shares filled here, and I was hoping to get a little bit more on the high of daybreak, but I didn't get there. So I stopped out there for a $16 win. Yeah, so yeah, overall I'm just up a total of $39 trading a few stocks. Um, yeah, so let's see what else is trading here. See what else is moving. Yeah, Tnxp, let's see. Yeah, so Tnxp, I think 149 break. I think it will be a so this 147. If this 147 holds as support here, I think the break of 149 could be a move up. I think that's a nice looking flag. If it holds 147 here and breaks, we can see it going higher. So 147 is a key area here of support and resistance. It's tested the hourly, so it looks good. But yeah, if it breaks 149, I'll probably take a look. I'll take a buy there. We'll just keep this on watch. So that moved really fast. I didn't get to buy there, but let's see if it pulls back. I'm gonna try to get some fills at 149. Good thing. So I'll put an order at 149, 2,000 shares. See if we can get filled here. The chart looks decent enough. Okay, so yeah, that was the break of 150, and looks like I missed it. So there's the break of Tnxp. If you took it at 149, 148, it looks good. I didn't get filled there. GNUS went higher as well. Yeah, I think there's a spike up now on SPY. There's some federal news. Oh, so it could be anywhere, but the prior, you see 147 here. This is the, you can see it was resistance. Oops. You see it's resistance here at 147. And then it broke over it, and then needs to hold as support. So prior resistance becomes support. So it would need to hold this level to confirm as support, and then that's where you want to stop. So 147 break is your stop, and then this is where you buy at 149. And so GNUS actually went Tnxp. So now this. So if this actually holds as support, it can give us another entry here. Maybe 150 as support. If we can consolidate here, I'll probably buy. I'm gonna try this 153 break. And 4,500 shares on Tnxp. I'm gonna risk off of 149. So there's the 153 break. So it looks like take some profits at 158. I just kept trying. I didn't want to give up. I thought there would be a find a way to be successful at it. No. But yeah, that's why I recommend to like start small when you're just starting out, so it doesn't totally kill your vibe. Like, this is not for you, but it can definitely work. You just need to give yourself a chance, and it's a learning process. All right, now this Tnxp, if it breaks 152, it's probably gonna go back to 150. I probably have to downsize. I'm probably gonna downsize if it breaks 152. Just because it's extended on the red line, so it's gonna be an inverted cup and handle here. And the 152 break will get to 150. I just want to minimize my risk and stop loss. So I'm gonna take it off if if 152 starts breaking down. Okay, so I wasn't paying attention there, but there's the break. I took out 2,500 shares. So this is going to be the full 5-minute test here. So downsize a bit. So try click on the so this was a fail break so far. Right, so I'm gonna stop out here. It looks like sellers are stepping in. You can see stepping in. So I just took it off 150 there. So there's the 149 break now. So it took a $84 loss there. 84, you can see there's $84 loss. I took 4,500 shares for this break. It was worth the attempt. And then you can see there was no follow through, and then you got this inverted cup and handle. It broke, so it's gonna retest this 5-minute trend, and then now it retested the 15-minute trend. So if it sets up and kind of confirms the 150 as support, then I'll look to continue. I'll look to buy it again, but it's gonna take some time now to kind of consolidate around this area. And then if it breaks that, then yeah, you can look to re-add. But yeah, there's a loss there, $84. How much did I give myself? I started really small, like a $2,000 account when I first started trading. So when I first started trading, I didn't lose as much compared to maybe other traders that probably brought a lot of money into the market. But yeah, I would recommend to just start small while you're learning, and then trading is scalable, so you can all scale up anytime you feel comfortable. But yeah, I'll try to learn small first. Ouch. I accidentally didn't change my position size. So I took a bigger loss there. I was gonna size in 500 shares, but I accidentally went in 2,500 shares. I didn't change my position from my last entry. So I have Tnxp here for 8,000 shares. I think a 153 break would get this moving. I think it's a nice pattern playing out. I'm willing to take a kind of huger position size. A stop downsize would be like 150, 150 break, and then 149. All right, I'm gonna sign off. I'm down 572 today. We'll end my streak. Went in a little too early on a couple stocks here, so I had to pay for the price there, but worth a try. It's breaking at 148 here, so all right, thanks everyone for tuning in. I'll do a recap at the end of the day. Goodbye.